I just really like talking about the series. So I apologize if anybody new here is looking for spoiler-free playthrough. I'm not necessarily going to go out of my way to spoil everything, but I'm not treating that with a whole lot of. Just understand I'm not treating the game with a whole lot of reference to spoilers because the purpose of me doing this is mostly just to discuss the game itself. But anyway, from last time, we are going to be going into Captain's investigation. Chihiro, unfortunately, is dead, and we're about to find out why Byakuya is one of the worst characters in this game, and why he sucks so bad. So let's get into it. I also mentioned that last time that I was going to make sure that I use the gacha so that I don't have to waste a whole lot of time in the game itself to waste a whole lot of time to get presents for the free time events. It's not really going to come up here since we're now in the investigation and the trial, but we won't have to worry about that so much from this point forward. So let's get back into it. And yeah, this is going to be one of the. I mentioned last time that this was going to be one of the better setups to a trial, mostly because it's very well, not very, but the themes going into it are actually pretty good. So on its own, this chapter has a really good setup, and actually has some good character things going behind it. But the trial is going to be stupidly complicated and convoluted, mostly because of this asshole right here. So let's start the
Just, hey,
It's really easy to figure out because a lot of it is not very.
so,
I don't think it's any kind of dying message. It's just too strange. But you know, the thing about writing bloodlust in blood, doesn't it sound kind of familiar? Oh god. Yep. A murderous fiend kills again and again using a bizarre brutal method. And at the scene of each crime, there's bloodlust is written into the victim's own blood. They're like a ghost attacking suddenly and slipping away before the police catch up with them. What nicknames did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? What? Genocide Jack! They really don't do anything with this particular plot thread. Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend who risen and attacked the face all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend. Oh yeah, I have not brought this up. And I've seen a lot of people, I've seen some discussion about this. Maybe I'll get a little bit into it, but yeah, I keep forgetting that Ultimate is a localization and not what is actually called in Japan, and yeah, I guess because calling something a super high school level insert talent here would probably be a mouthful, and then to keep writing it down over and over, which is weird because the way this game repeats monologue, this game repeats dialogue, it's like they don't really care about how many words they put into something. But yeah, I guess that does create a very different impression from calling somebody an ultimate. But I'll talk about a little that I'll talk about that later. Suffice to say that calling somebody an ultimate something versus just being really good for at something when you're just a high school student. Sorry for rambling. Remember that I wanted to. Anyway, the ultimate murderous fiend creating a reputation of absolute downright cool killers.
what is this?
and this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style? That's a leap right there. It's ultimately right, but that's another just leap that comes out of nowhere, and they just get it right there. But whatever. But why would anyone do that? Perhaps it's the work of the real Genocide Jack.
What?
The real? Wait, are you saying Genocide Jack is here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. Yes, that. But going so far as to write playbooks at the scene, I'm surprised that there's stupidity.
Well,
I can't imagine a worse situation dealing with a stupid murder. That's damn near every culprit in the entire series, but this is one of those lines because this game loves being self-aware to a fault. But this is a self-aware line that I don't think they wrote with that intent. This is not like a little. This is not a wink to the audience. They wrote that. It's very self-aware, but like a lot of stuff in this game, it's on accident. So, but that's why it's funny to me. Because yeah, virtually every culprit in the entire franchise is something. What is it now? Toko! Ina was pointing towards the entrance. Toko was the last to arrive, and now she was just standing there. There we go. No, why? Why? That's a lot. She fainted. That did not sound good. Toko! Ina rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up! Ina is a nice man, especially towards somebody who has absolutely no reason. She has no reason to be nice to, but good on her.
Oh,
Oh, that's right. I just remembered what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood.
Oh,
So she is hemophobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then.
This isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room. No, I think it should be okay. The regulations spread it's sleeping, like on purpose. So since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count? Gotcha. What a very oddly specific thing to talk about. Then again, that is...
just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up.
As if she'd heard her, Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying. It was such a strange reaction, I was at a total loss for words. She leapt straight up into... Yes. Let me get to it first. She leapt straight up into the air, taking her stance as she did. Again, well, this is going to be linked to something important later, but this is going to be the only one time it's going to be a slow build-up. Every time after there's a huge change in her personality, it's going to be immediate, but that is this game. It loves its surprising reveals. In no time flat, she was just standing up. Ignoring the physical contortions she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard.
Huh?
Huh? What? Sorry about that. I was just so shocked, you know. It happens, right?
Was I the only one? Toko, are you okay? I don't know how I'm gonna make. I have no idea how I'm gonna make that sound. I'll do my best. I'm trying. I'm not trying to be super acting and out there, but I will try to make this.
I'm fine. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
Unless I have to. Probably not gonna have. It's gonna sound really bad.
what the heck?
She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted.
The world has a front and a back, a top ending and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well,
This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different. No, everything's fine. At least the stutter is all gone. That's a good thing, right?
I see!
I'll try it maybe. I'll maybe try laughing at her. It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eye seems strangely vacant. It might be best if we take her back to her room for the time.
so,
I don't mind taking her, but could someone help me? If you need help, I don't mind. Taka, could you help me? Huh? She totally ignored me.
Because everybody knows where you're at. Very well. You take care of the girl and the rest of us begin the investigation right away. Can I assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again?
Hold on a second. Rushing to an investigation?
The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no question that Chihiro was murdered by someone else. Isn't that right, Monica?
Of course!
Why are you gonna bring memories?
Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing, it's just a fact of life. Because
Yahoo!
that's how graduation works.
It almost feels like a nonsense, but that would be surprising. Then it's happened again. Is that what you said? Yes, Makoto. God damn it, man. Is that another one of us? Another one of us. Joe, a fellow classmate. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but the way they divide up dialogue unnecessarily will never.
What? Does that freak you out? You guys got no balls, you know that? There's just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want.
Another one for the what where they think it's all right.
Yaha!
Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry.
Stop talking.
Okay, thank you, Bianca. One of the few times in the years. Stop monologuing and give us what you came here to give us. You did bring it right.
I sure did, chum.
It's the Monokuma File!
Allow me to present the next Monokuma file. I know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya later!
So please do your very tippy-top best on this investigation.
no way!
Do we really gotta do another investigation?
God, just keep returning to this lovely image.
Examining the corpse of one of our friends. Having to suspect all our other friends.
Why?
I hate this. I can't take it anymore.
Oh no!
I'm really not trying to be biased in the sense that this is a very understandable reaction. Mostly because, I said this before, Hina feels more like an actual person. And is just generally likable. Hero is just annoying. He's just annoying as shit.
Help me!
I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Hey!
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. God damn, Bianca. Excuse me.
You are very enthusiastic about all of this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we all die.
That's true, but to jump into it so that's not the problem here. The problem is that Byakuya is an asshole. Nobody in this game, well, later on, Hina does, but really, nobody in this game just calls this prick out for being a prick.
do that, please.
What?
What? You want to die?
Such ignorance.
Fine, then go off and die somewhere. Right now, go ahead. You're a waste of space. Just call him an asshole. He gives you so many opportunities in game to do this, and nobody does it. I don't know why. Well, I know why. It's because the people who came up with Byakuya like him for some reason that I do not understand.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object.
Piece of shit!
Chihiro wasn't an object. Show a little respect or I'll beat some India. No, but there's no profanity there.
Calm down.
Everyone stop thinking. Listen, there's some truth in what Byakuya said. Kyoko,
Because
if we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Byakuya is right that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
What?
We get more victims if we mess this up for all dead meat.
Hey! Hey!
Hold on. If that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people.
Huh?
What? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it.
You're a fuck-ass.
I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right?
so then.
How is, I mean,
There are some people who are willingly not participating in this, and that's good. But for the people who are still like in the mindset of the game rules, and this coming from somebody who loves playing video games, if you've been in the killing. But this is the thing, right? In any sort of game where the rules keep getting updated or changing, not including some like balance patches, which is a whole other thing, but if the rules keep changing and keep getting updated, especially when you're being manipulated and forced into playing a game, that basically means that whoever's running the game is actively rigging things against you. Or if the rules keep getting updated or changed or anything like that, then the game really doesn't matter. So why give it any sort of reverence in the first place? But that's just
in that case, why not limit it to one person?
Hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle.
the devs are some weird ass motherfuckers.
Just one would totally murder that possibility.
punishment is waiting for you.
Farewell for now. I'll catch you guys in the class trial.
Hmm.
I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up
God, this might be by accident, this might be intentional, and I've said it multiple times. You just know that this bitch is scheming something. Every time she comments something like this, you just know that she's formulating a plan in her head, and she's been doing it since, I think, post-prologue. Maybe like as early as chapter 1. But it's like, I love how you can just see the gears turning in her mind.
then one more person's life could still be in danger.
Interesting.
Definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
You need to shut the fuck up. There we go. That's the Mondo that we know.
So,
Well, for now, Taki and me are gonna drop Toko off on the roof. I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation.
So sweet? I don't know. That's French. I really don't know.
If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife.
That's true. I hate this, but if I want to survive, Me and everyone else, we have to do it. We don't have any other choice. Let's do this shit. First of all, I'd better check the Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the second floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. At least she had that person. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. Alright. Hey, Makoto, do you have a second? And this is where it really begins. Or maybe it began before, I don't know. But I'm having to interact with this asshole, so... Huh? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So... What did you need? Call him an asshole. Call him an asshole. It's okay. I'm gonna let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allows you to solve Sayaka's case. Solve? No, I just...
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited... Yeah. You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. So, you're inviting me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though. You don't have to do it, Makoto!
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around. I don't really know what just happened. You're basically being conscripted? But it looks like I'll be working with Byakuya on this one. Again, you don't have to. Makoto. The word bloodlust. What's the meaning behind it? Bloodlust. That's not a clue yet? I can feel the life draining out of my own body. It's a dead body. Chihiro's dead body, yes.
Very strange.
The more I look, the more strange it all seems. This must be Genocide Jack's handiwork. Well, but
What?
we're still not sure he did it. Is that what you want to say? I wonder about that. The poster's got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. When did I start actually getting some truth bullets? There's a fresh blood stain on the carpet. It must have been splattered with blood during the murder. Something else has to be accurate. Fine. If you have time to talk, you have time to start with this. That's what I'm trying to do. God damn. She took her time examining Chihiro's corpse. She poked and prodded, going over every inch of the lifeless body. You're a very strange woman, you know. Being able to touch a dead body with absolutely no trouble. If, again, if this game actually just took the liberty of calling Byakuya a fuckhead just once, they would probably go in flashback to, I don't know, not too many lines of dialogue ago where he literally called a dead body nothing more than an object, and blood is just being a liquid, so why would this even matter? Why would he? I don't know. I'm pretty sure the purpose is just to give another hint about who or what Kyoko actually is, maybe. But it's still very weird that he would say that. But then again, fuck Byakuya. I'm gonna need you to make that a hashtag. That sounds like a pretty good idea. We'll worry about that later. I use this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But why would she kill them? I don't know. Where else would... Convenience? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else than... What the... That another giant-ass leap. But fine. She was very light, that is true. It would be hard for someone to carry her. But still.
Well,
I still think she came here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late? That actually is not completely out there. Like hell, if you can't sleep or anything like that. People have weird things to do. I usually play games or do the dumbass method of scrolling social media. I don't put it past somebody who exercise that way.
perhaps.
Tina or myself are usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. Damn your good side. She needed support from others. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train a secret, but that she also would have come with someone else? It's a possibility, I think. Why could... God damn it, Sakura is awesome. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get stronger. Oh. Those words are weird. Or I just can't read. I don't know. Yeah, I do remember you said that more than once. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls... Sakura is right there, and so is Hina. Japan. I don't know, man. I haven't really thought about that stuff. Maza Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Was that even an account? Like, there was nothing discussed in, aside from, I guess, why Chihiro might have come here, but that was also more thoroughly explained with Sakura, so... There's a dumbbell on the floor. This is a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the... If A then B, and B then C, then A then C. It's a very basic problem-solving method. I don't know why they have to reiterate it this goddamn much. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. Now I believe it's about time for us to move on. Huh? Already?
What?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. Do you check every aspect of this case? That's true, but
Let's go.
if you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. I cannot express enough how much I hate that he is the one basically leading this show. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person time. No shit, Makoto, you think? So, this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? Then why the... it has been said before, it is amazing that by the end of this, nobody had planned on either isolating or just straight up killing Byakuya. God damn, I wish they did. It's not even the scene of the claim. It's gonna be... Okay, what else is here? I mean, there's...
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monica. He said that, and then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
Has he been domesticated? Yeah.
That's right.
Makoto. It seems that Makoto has a question for him.
You need something?
Sure, what's up?
Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, the card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed in your individual handbook.
And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through one door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there was some sort of erotic terrorist on the
Erotic terrorist. That is... I'll keep that story.
The ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate...
Damn, well, lost control. That's it.
The ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter.
And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else a handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct.
So then, that means only girls can go into the girls' locker room, and only boys can go into the boys' locker room.
They mentioned...
I'm sounding as repetitive as this game is, and I'm sorry. I'm really trying not to do that, but that's just Danganronpa. This is how the game is. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means, hey Makoto, I can see you right through you. Fuck you, Byakuya. See right through me. Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook out of the shoe is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. This would not need any sort of reiteration. This is another example of being very ham-fisted information gathering or information conveyance, because this was brought up way before now. I guess it would be. It is the Chekhov's gun that has been adjusted again. That's what this game does.
I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. So you managed to set up a loophole in the regulations.
Knowing you, I bet you would. Knowing you, I would bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to it.
Yaha!
You're treating me like a puny little the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore. They're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means someone would have to loan it, so,
Why you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Beyonce and get your poop together.
Unbelievable.
Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence.
Dialogue.
No more questions. Figure out the rest your own damn self.
That's fine.
Well, I know you were unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. At nowhere in the investigation, I mean, because the game has to surprise you with it later, as always. This should immediately give off a signal that he is, if not suspicious, then at the very least letting on that he knows more than he's actually telling you and is just dicking around for the hell of it. That'll help you understand what's going on. At least there isn't a whole lot of manual having to go from place to place, but that actually makes the game feel even more hand-holdy and railroading. So we came to the main hall. I'm sure I don't know where you are or where you had to go. So what are we looking for here? Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? Why? And again, I don't know, unless just to be a dick, which is very much the very much the motivation for most of his actions. Why do you even have to? Why do you even bother bringing Makoto along for this? I don't know. Over here, the e-handbook. Yes, Makoto, the e-handbook. So, you finally found them. God damn it, Byakuya. Huh? Did you know these were here, Byakuya? You and two, Makoto. Put the pieces together. I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems that there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then these three handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka. You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did, don't lose yourself, Makoto. You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. Jesus fucking Christ. Prime drinking game material. But it's too early for that. I mean, it's the weekend, I could put one to. I don't really have anything available for it. Yeah, just like, close our attention to the regulations. The answer is in front of you the entire time. Loading your e-handbooks when other students are prohibited. Only the act of loading a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's personal time. Yes, we just had this. I see. Yeah, now I understand. I'm almost curious if that's if it's cutting corners or what it is, because they could have just had Makoto reiterate what Byakuya said, like in just like a couple of lines of text. But then again, I said that I generally don't know if The writers are dumb. They think the audience is dumb. Some combination. Probably all of the above. Low column A, low column B.
What?
Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. And the one that turned on must be Leon's, right?
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of faces. I am certain that he's recounting that very fucked up scene with just... He's savoring it. Because, god damn it, the idea. Pummeled with baseballs. Yeah, let's flash back to this shit, too. The memory of it came flooding back. That cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. A cruel, heartless death. Yeah, that... You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault.
Damn it!
Hey, hey!
Making me angry!
Feelings mutual, Monokuma.
Now I'm really angry!
That actually makes me think, what is the big disconnect between a voice... Why would they have a voice line that is longer and more expressive, like, connected with this particular line of text? I don't know. Well, what?
That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily.
But it did.
That's impossible!
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure and it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with, it wouldn't do crap. Oh, but, even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point.
It does.
I can't hear you!
But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Because Leon must have broken somehow without realizing it was
Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask,
Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? You're in a very weird video game, Makoto. Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. Then why are we wasting all this goddamn time talking about it? God, fuck off, yeah. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers you. Maybe because the game is telling you that it's important. Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the culprit. The true culprit. I don't like talking as Byakuya. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite. Let's talk to him again. Why didn't we just continue the conversation without me having to click on the button? What do you mean by that, Byakuya? To be exact, not quite. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then, you really think? You truly believe Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Reaction time. Absolutely. I have no doubt. Fuck. I have no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit in this case. That murder scene is How did this? God, that didn't flow right at all.
What?
There's nobody else that could. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using bizarre and proven methods. They're like This is okay. Am I losing it right now? Like, if I'm crazy, somebody tell me. But didn't they reference this scene a while back, or is he just repeating himself? I really don't know. I swear that they're repeating dialogue right now that was introduced via a flashback, but it was a flashback of something that didn't even happen because we're going through it right now. I might even rewatch this one when the stream is over. Like, I might be tripping. I don't know. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up with them. And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack. They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's got to be an urban legend. Yeah, maybe they did talk about that. I don't know. Still, could one of us really be a demented psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. The words mean little right now, but we're going to be using a shitload of them. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Yeah, this. Okay, here. Then you really think?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Oh, god damn it, there's more! And I have a basis to believe that. I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of them. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed the hero. Evidence? Is something like that really? Who is this? Oh, here we go. Big trouble. Need your help.
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone.
Cause, I mean,
But it's an emergency. Emergency. Come on, please. You gotta help me.
please!
This is a serious emergency. Please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay?
Cause, I mean,
But it's an emergency. An emergency. Yes, that thing she's repeated. Can everybody keep their fucking head in the game? What happened?
well,
Something's wrong with Toko. She's acting super strange. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Byakuya?
Very strange.
Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose you can take a second to see what's going on there. Are you sure?
Don't make me repeat myself.
I didn't expect that. I thought for sure you'd just say no and that'd be the end of it.
yeah!
Okay, come on, hurry! Wait for us, Hina.
Let's go.
It looks like she headed to the door. Toko's room, like, you're right.
Hmm.
You guys are too slow. I think you're conversation. So, what's this emergency?
So,
Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out. She kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff.
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Hurry up. Damn, you're too lazy to ring the fucking doorbell. I may as well give it a shot. The door swung open slowly and silently. Holy crap. An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me. Makoto, this is just Toko normally. This isn't out of the ordinary yet.
What? Oh, nothing. It's just that, Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But, could you open up, just for a second?
Makoto, take the hit.
Won't allow it.
Huh?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control.
Yeah, it's gonna take them forever to put two and two of this equation together. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face.
What was that?
Hmm.
He's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down her door. But it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it.
Toko was scared enough to even bar her door. Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Makoto... What? I have to reiterate, the reason that they're being so roundabout in revealing something that's very stupidly obvious is because it's all done in service of the reveal. Danganronpa loves setting up reveals. And I know this is a mystery, yes, and that is important. But when all of your writing suffers because you're focusing on one particular aspect of it, that's not a good thing. This is just wasting everybody's time. Is that why Toko's so scared?
But
Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her?
This numbnuts.
Hey, Byakuya, do you think you could ask her to come out of her room, I mean?
That's fine.
Sure, whatever.
Huh? You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to.
That's not why. Stick with us, Abby. Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments,
what do you want?
no more voice dialogue, huh?
Leave me alone. You're all so annoying. Ah, Bacula. What?
It's Byakuya.
Okay, they gave us that one.
I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry. Never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again.
And with that, the door slammed shut.
Even Byakuya couldn't pull it off.
There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Yes.
But hold on. Hey, Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure.
But
Stop talking.
If I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of it.
oh, yeah, okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! And I hurried to catch up. God, the investigation for Chapter 1 was so much better than this. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. Makoto, just why are you sticking with him? You can investigate on your... You did it fine the first time. He just kept on walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to a stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Be unhelpful. Okay, never mind. Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Fuck you, video game. That's not what I was But again, Makoto. Never mind. I've already said it If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here?
Let's go.
Where the fuck else? It'll all make sense once you're inside. Whoa, there's so many books and files. You're in a library. How can Makoto be both? Makoto is somehow both really smart and really dumb. Or I guess it depends on whatever the story needs it to be. Everything else in this game. And so much dust too.
So, in other words,
I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust. Gonna be unhelpful, Byakuya? If you pay attention to your surroundings, you're sure to discover that value for yourself. There's so many files stuffed onto the shelf. What's in all these things?
that's enough.
Those documents are dangerous. Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean, like, members of the Diet or something? Weird how... Who, with, like, no knowledge of anything in Japan would know what the Diet is? No, I mean the ones with real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'll just let it go for now. This also tells you that the Tagami family can't possibly be that powerful because nothing about them shows up here. Which I guess could possibly be a reference to the big reveal at the end of the game, but who knows. This shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye that you would select that file. Huh?
That's right.
That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept in the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Um, there's no way in hell they would have been able to talk about this if this came out after. I think it was after. Was it Abe's assassination? It's a good thing I'm not monetized on this platform because this would definitely be reference for. Because this would be reason for demonetization probably, but who knows. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. Nothing there. Oh, okay. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Like we've already. Gotta do that. Huh? It's a death lamp. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library.
What?
Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, and then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. There's a ton of thick file stuff into the book. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. The same warning that you've already given us? Jesus Christ. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos of all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files there are investigation reports related to different cultures. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. Why the fuck does Hope Speak have them? They don't ever talk about this in the game, but there's definitely some shady shit going on here, and maybe they were just giving us little tidbits of it for the second game because it talks more about it in Danganronpa 2. But for right now, it just feels like just a lot. It feels like more waste of time. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Oh? So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? He is not a sociopath, but he's not far from it. This can't be for real, right?
Such ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. Glass houses, motherfucker. Well, it's not that. It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone have put all this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much power Hope Speak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. It also doesn't make a lot of sense. What's wrong? You still can't believe it? What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible.
What?
What do you mean, usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple? Those things don't exist anywhere in the world. We don't understand what they actually represent. You don't understand the nature of anything. Oh, yes, let's take advice about life and reality from the ultimate ridiculous. You don't pull your punches, do you? Kodo, all an asshole. It's okay. Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? What makes you think your own common sense applies to any of it? The documents, God, the documents gathered here, and I have reviewed them multiple times, so there is no doubt. Hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents in more than once? But all this has to be like top secret, confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty. Ultimate rich kid. Huh? Members of the Tadami family have access to any variety of government. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So, in other words,
I already told you. There's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world backwards and forwards. Which is funny because at the end of the day, you really don't know shit about shit. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Which is why I can proclaim, without a doubt, that the materials gathered here are the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than the actual master. Yeah. And what always gives me the most were the full case police investigation reports. This is coming off almost like one of those Sephiroth talking Twitter posts. Like, I don't think that Byakuya has like read any of this shit. I think he read the stuff that was maybe pertinent to what's going on because, again, we know that he's ultimately the one that complicates this case. And he has enough information to be able to talk with authority regarding this case. But he's playing up that he knows more than he actually does because, again, rich entitled little piece of shit. So he has to really like build up this illusion that he's so much more aware. Again, like if you've read any of those types of Twitter posts, that's what Byakuya is right now. That's how all this sounds. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. Bullshit. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those pieces just by reviewing the reports. There you have it. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
that's right.
This is the complete case file. It's amazing that I know this is all done deliberately because one of the things that's very obvious about all this, and maybe she had already figured out, most of the shit beforehand because she is naturally that intuitive and an ultimate detective. But if Kyoko was present during any of this part of the story, all the shit would have been fast forwarded. We would not have to be led around the nose for all these beats that the story wants us to get to. And that's probably why Kyoko was not here, because she would have been able to sit through all this bullshit immediately. So, yay for the people playing the game, I guess. Every single report surrendered to Genocide Jack cases has been compiled. Because there are so many. Allow me to quickly summarize many of the reports. Oh my god, this game knows what the point of summarization is? To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that in every crime scene, the word bloodlust is used. And the second
exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise. The best yard, the best. Oh, come on, get it together. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were the members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of the trial. So, let me get this straight. Genocide Jack is so infamous to the point that they're an urban legend that even the most average high school student knew about them. Again, Makoto has heard about Genocide Jack. But the details of Genocide Jack's calling card, basically, since I guess if they're they're basically calling cards. But the details of Genocide Jack's calling cards are not known to anybody, even though Genocide Jack is rumored to have murdered hundreds or thousands of people. Did anybody, when writing this, review how this makes no sense? The ultimate point is to give some sort of mystery around Genocide Jack and allude that they may be a big player in any potential murder case. But the construction of it is so bad and not thought out that they ultimately do nothing with Genocide Jack at the end of the day. I mean, they're important for like a couple of plot points, but their intention of trying to have Genocide Jack be a suspicious character throughout the entire game doesn't work if you give it a little bit of thought in the character building they're doing for them. It makes no sense. This maniac serial killer is an urban legend, but they don't know anything about Genocide Jack. Everybody knows about him. Everybody knows they exist, but nobody knows anything about them. That's not how urban legends work. But whatever. Let's continue with this goddamn story. In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. Like it when he says it. So, how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So, in other words,
The culprit isn't a copycat killer, it's the real Genocide Jack.
in other words,
Right there is evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is. This actually reminds me, for that fan game, Danganronpa Another. I think the dude that made that actually liked this idea because what I was thinking of was how crazy would it be that it's the protagonist that has the split personality, which is something of a twist in one of those games. But it's like, yo, baller idea, but they don't. Like with many of this game's other ideas, cool to think about, they do nothing with it. Then Genocide Jack is such a brutal
walking around among us.
Interesting.
Things really are starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little game. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out.
Such ignorance.
He's not going to die for the entire series. Miyake, about that genocide check case file, did you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Just murder cases of genocide, Jack, top secret. No case file number, no other sort of marking on it, just murder cases of genocide, Jack, top secret. It's like a book for children. Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I had reached the page where photos from the scene of each crime had all been selected. Okay, left bumper, okay. I haven't actually looked at this particular scene yet. I think I'm pretty sure it's all, yeah, it's all same. Really? I mean, aside from the pictures of each victim, they didn't even change. Why was this top? They couldn't even be bothered to create different text for each individual. Again, budget game. The names of genocide Jack's victims ran on several pages. Ken Harada 32, Tetsuro Honda 17, Joji Daku 23, Kana Ise 14, Takashi Yoshida 30. Kamatsu Nataro, Takafumi Gono, Uchida Naoisa, Takashi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it. But one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killers coming from killed sisters in exactly the same way. And at the end, and at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page, and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page. What the fuck? You really look like a That's what it looks like. No filing results. All the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a Steve. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. We already know what it is. What's up?
So, in other words,
The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. A split personality, like the kind of thing you see on TV. So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. So this one is way more unbelievable than anything else I've ever seen. Is it really?
You're being held hostage by a stuffed mechanical bear, and this. What is the limit of suspension of disbelief for you, Makoto? Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind is going.
Let's go.
All that for this. I know I talked a lot through a bunch of it, but still. Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? Anywhere but here. We finished our business. Oh, wait, Byakuya. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class tries. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that?
I don't have time to play with you.
Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own. But why the fuck did you even invite us on this?
Goodbye.
And again, I know why, but still. Fuck this kid. Fuck him. And just like that, he was gone. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he'd cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. Because you are. That is, for the most part, your purpose in the story. As is the players. But you will get your moment towards the end. Actually, you'll get a couple moments. I did. You were the real Big Dick G. After Leon's verdict. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack. He's the one that killed Chihiro. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out no matter what it is. To do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. Could have done that from the get-go, but I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. God, I'm happy to be free of you. Oh, this is not that was the stuff. Still.
Da-da-da-da-da!
Ding, ding, ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me. Evidence? What did you find? I cannot reveal that just yet. Why the fuck you?
That's it! I'm sure of it!
But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure about that? Is something worthwhile too. Really? What did you see?
Well, it would seem...
That's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right? So, are you into this or are you not into this? Because you've already stated before that 2D women are your thing. And now you seem to be really into the idea that, for lack of a better term, Celeste wants you to be her little piggy. So which is it, man? Just some consistency in writing this shit, please. Okay, so where is Celeste now? Nowhere else by the door. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be?
Yeah, this sexist shit. Also, just not because, again, it's not good. Kyoko, what you got for me? Hey, Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Indeed.
Generally speaking,
However,
but I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of. Something besides the investigation? What is it?
well,
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder. But
so then,
before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, our handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success. With that, Kyoko turned and left the girls' locker room. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. If Chihiro's handbook is missing, that's definitely worth worrying about. Yeah. Yukion? I have no idea what that is.
I mean, you don't.
No. Like easy, very easy, blowing news about it's 2024, be more progressive, but especially because this game came out in 2010. Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I'd better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of a crucifix position. This rope has a plug. Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more that's not anything that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury was the blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head or killed her. That's right, there's the issue of her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the genocide Jack files, it's not quite right. What does this all mean? Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend you. I mean, there's a lot that you could probably infer, but I don't know. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the genocide reactions file one more time. There's that. This bloodstain. Anything else? I'll leave this as anything left. See, this is also, I'm not necessarily going to give the game too much crap regarding this, but I do find it strange that they could have easily done what the Phoenix Wright games do, in that if there's new information that needs to be looked at or investigated, but that's an actual courtroom, and actual court can work like this from time to time. And they even do it. Well, hell, they even do it in this one where. Why would we need to preemptively investigate the boys' locker room? Or rather, the way they set it up is, what I'm getting at is, they had Makoto think to himself that he needs to check out the boys' locker room, apropos of nothing, where they could have done this, they could have set this up a lot better, because he points out that the poster in the girls' locker room doesn't seem like something that would be there. So that could have possibly had him think about, maybe I should check out the boys' locker room. There were a lot of other ways to more organically and logically come to the conclusion that I need to investigate the boys' locker room, besides him just kind of like saying it so that it just leads you down there, because the game knows you need to go there at some point. But as usual, it's what it is. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? That's it? That's all they're getting from that? Huh, this poster? It's a popular boy band called Tornado. Concept art, maybe? Maybe this was like, instead of finalizing it with Sayaka and her being part of like a J-pop group, maybe this was like your design just somehow it doesn't quite seem to fit in the boys' locker room. Oh, but wait, that reminds me, the poster in the other locker room is... That's right, there's definitely something strange about it. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit. Makoto is somebody. Makoto is a dude who likes big titties. He likes some big old breasts because you could just say swimsuit model or girl in a swimsuit something. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe we should talk to someone who knows a little more about the locker room. I think that's everything in this room. Sayaka's investigation was so much better than this. Dear Lord. And the next chapter is going to be even worse. The investigation chapter 3's trial is the worst one in this game. So that one's gonna be annoying as hell with all the hoops you have to jump through. Chapter 4's investigation and trial is relatively solid. Chapter 5 is annoying, but that's intentional. And then Chapter 6 is just wrapping up the game. But yeah, the investigation for this one sucks. And it's such a shame too, because the setup, the circumstances that set up for the trial to even happen, or for the murder to even happen, is good. But everything else that comes along with it is really, really bad. You spent a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura?
Of course.
I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Tuna and I use it together. Okay then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. I see.
However,
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee in the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options.
mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of You trying to do her raspy voice. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some of it on the carpet in the girls' locker room and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the Makoto!
Maybe this is a side effect of the memory loss. Who knows? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now.
Of course.
Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with.
I mean, they could just be really good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think we're done here. Do I revisit this? Yeah, it has to be relevant. Yeah, I have to go back to the library and luckily I can do it without the Where the hell is Byakuya? Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. But last time I saw it, it was definitely on, and it was definitely right here. Oh, that's right. Byakuya was using an extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. It really does creep up on you just how much of a fuckstick Byakuya is once you get like all these little tidbits and pieces. Is there more shit in the archive? Because it didn't let me leave until I investigated the death. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to talk to you.
How unfortunate.
Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it, I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough.
Ooh, you are not gonna have fun It is finally open. Celeste, what are you doing here?
This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless. Then you did find something? Very well, I will tell you and only you.
Actually,
Last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse.
What? Really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would ever have happened. Never would have.
This game throws me off with how they order the words.
You get what you deserve, I suppose.
God, I do not trust this bitch.
So apparently, she went to the girls' lunchroom late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw Chihiro carrying, which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow.
I think we're nearing the end of this.
So we have that. I want to get to the trial already. What are you doing here? Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before, she won't come out. She just keeps mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her? My head was all swimmy and I was getting pretty hungry.
Yeah!
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back as soon as I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Oh, she's a nice girl. Very nice. Speaking of which, what are you eating?
Huh?
A donut, of course. Oh. Of course. There's two things I'm sure God created: outer space and donuts.
There has to be some sort of post on any sort of social media that says just that, and it's posted. That's like in the same vein of those stupid ass never kill yourself, and it's something usually involving food and some sort of media. That's what that reminds me of.
I bet Chihiro would have liked to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one bit.
Oh boy. Okay.
Aww.
I should have tried to spend more time with her.
Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well,
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us.
Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
yeah, totally.
Yep, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls.
Was she just shy?
I don't know, she talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex but totally fine with the opposite sex?
That's one of the semi-interesting thoughts that they actually do kind of get into, but only when it relates to this particular case.
Oh, wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right?
You think so? I never really saw her as that kind of girl. Finally, dear God. Oh, Jesus Christ. God, almost 2 hours in this goddamn investigation.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
One of the few times I will actually be on the same level as this fucking bear.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for! The class trial! You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon!
Alright, let's get this shit over with. Begin the class trial, or it's about to... I don't know if I'd want to actually play through this again, but if there was just some cleanup on the script, I would love to see how this game would actually be. The red door is right through here. In case something happens, so I don't have to go through all that bullshit again.
Ahem, so is everyone ready to... What?
Hmm?
Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here.
Huh?
And Toko is...
You really don't remember? His dumbass has been MIA for a while too. Which is a bit of a blessing, but...
Come on!
Kidding, I'm just kidding. How can I forget that little nut job? He's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie, I'll go ahead and charge her out to your 16th reading. Just one moment, please.
Just like you said, a few minutes later, he reappeared dragging Toko behind. And he's doing well.
I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe you would drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible.
Phew!
So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, I'll go on the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who's guilty. Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer came to play you to work with. Show us how far you're going to take.
I guess I wasn't hooked up at all on this one. There's something odd about
I mean, this is not a far cry from other stuff. You ready? We're doing this?
Well then.
I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weekend. I don't know why the killer did what they did, but
Count on it!
I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right, bro?
How very sad.
Ifumi. No, just no. God fucking damn it.
Shall we go?
Hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got her so worked up? We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
It's true.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last deep breath, I walked towards the elevator. Each step forward, I feel on our feet race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions, couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. This is where Porter really gets his artistic and poetic juices flowing. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation. Until finally, it came to a sudden stop, as elevators are wont to do.
What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't please start trying to stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Very nice.
Good. You're prepared to go. Gotta say, I don't need it. Not at all.
Well,
Okay then. Let's get this show on the road.
thrills, chills, kills!
Everyone, please find your assigned seats.
And so the curtain opened once again. A dead. God. Ugh. This should be like, if we were doing a drinking game, this should be like a 5-drink minimum right here. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Damn, I keep forgetting that they allow you to save before this, but okay. They only got one skill. What does this do? Yeah, I think it was like they just kind of skill points. Yep, all this shit took almost 2 hours to get. And all because one piece of shit just wanted to lead everybody around the circle for this trial. Alright, but finally I get to talk less and just experience the story. good to give my voice a little bit of rest. Not have to be Alright, Chapter 2 trial. Let's do this shit.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
Why, though? We already know what it is. It was explicitly stated that it couldn't have been anything else. But I forget. There are a bunch of characters that don't, that did not assist the investigation. But they are, the murder weapon is a fucking crime. I don't know why you even go over it. Like, this is death.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting. That certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
No, that's wrong. Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime?
Which makes the previous discussion completely useless.
It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
The game doesn't even talk about that, but okay.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yay! That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit.
I mind, but I have no control.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack, did he really kill Chihiro? Yeah, I think now the silencer part is, yeah, the white noise.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
Hey, so, speaking of Genocide Jack, I don't know who that is!
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong.
This is also something that is not.
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
This is actually introducing something that doesn't need to be introduced because it's a red hair. They're eliminating a red herring, but it's not presented as eliminating the red herring.
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
It's a children's book.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now.
He is kind of right.
More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Necessary.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
Because I'm a fucking shithead.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes, in fact, it's Toko.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
You lie!
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
I'm actually disappointed with myself for not realizing what the actual phobia was.
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle? Man, why has this gotta be so complicated?
Because the game wouldn't last forever. It does seem like a riddle in a way, but I feel like I can just about see it. Genocide Jack is Toko, but isn't Toko. Here we go.
understand?
That is not the way you would put that.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Why'd they go something closer to that?
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file, too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Schizo was nowhere to be found in there.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is...
Perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
I got it! You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
This is another one of those jump to conclusions that is correct, but is only correct because the game knows it's correct. This could be indicative of one of many other actual things, but the game knows that it's she has a split personality, so they're going to pretty much just hop, skip, and jump that. Yep, she did.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
How would you describe it as, Miss Writer?
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I mean, we discussed that earlier, too.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
And she's still gonna be obsessed with him after this.
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised! I can't believe you lied!
Like I said, she's still gonna be obsessed with him after this.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone.
With the revelation of everything that happens after... God, fuck this guy.
But in spite of that promise...
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that. But you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it, but...
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
What triggered this? Because there was no blood, and later on, it's going to be that her other trigger is that if she sneezes, but she didn't do either of those things. But plot's got to move forward somehow, so.
Well, hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see?
Yes! What the heck?
So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
If you're not asking yourself that question at any point when you're playing Danganronpa, any of the Danganronpa games, I am concerned for your mental state.
Toko, what happened to you?
Not Toko! That's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality! So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
She's so intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body!
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
I forgot who voices Jack, but dear Lord, they're having a time with this role. This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack. This is beyond insane. Again, how you doing?
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
I'm gonna have a good time talking about
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
That is not an inaccurate statement.
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone.
She definitely kept some of that fighting ability from her main personality.
Just kidding again!
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed.
I legit forgot about that motive.
Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
Huh?
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster.
Harsh, but considering Toko, the thing that Toko said about her turnabout for her, maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get some more detail about all of this.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give it up. You killed her.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone.
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches completely. What more proof do we need? Give...
What are controls? Fast forward.
You say that, but perhaps if you had a...
Oh, an alibi.
When you compare your... The modus operandi matches completely.
No, that's wrong. Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee.
They all make references like this and talk about the diet at the same time. Is ragu or Chef Boyardee even a thing?
This is no creation of mine!
Let me rephrase that, in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are two clear differences between the Genocide Jack cases and this one. I got it! For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right! In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce!
For the record right now, pesto is better than fight.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
There needs to be a let them cook joke somewhere in there.
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
It's weird that you can obviously tell it's an extension cord, but we haven't gotten to the fact that it's an extension cord because it needs to be used to implicate Byakuya's involvement with the investigation. This game really just orders events in like the sequence of events.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Yo, keep that. It's not a bad nickname.
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
I got it! Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
I actually don't dislike that too.
So, since Chihiro was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly? Cur?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
A lot of people do not like Toko or Jack. This is some of the most sound and irrefutable logic in the entire fucking series. And that is so goddamn rare. So it's like, yeah, you might not like her personality, but the girl's talking sense.
That does make some amount of sense.
It makes the most sense out of most of the shit in this game.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that? Da-da-da-da!
She's fully equipped!
That's right! So I can kill anywhere, anytime! Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side?
That's pretty fucking metal.
Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you, gutter dogs, all of you! Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway!
I have no idea what's going on anymore! Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we figured it had to be the real deal and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Yep, and he is the fuck ass that's been screwing all this shit up.
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
I can't express enough how happy I would have been if it was him who was the culprit for this trial. But no, this is just another thing to throw you off. And it really sucks because one, I would be very happy to not deal with Byakuya ever again. And two, the thing that actually points in the direction of who actually killed Chihiro is so... It's this one minor thing that just kind of fits in together with the rest of the puzzle. And I know it makes sense. Okay, well, listen, let me phrase that. It makes sense. It makes sense in the way that, yes, I do compliment that the culprit and the victim do have a lot of things regarding their personality and character that actually makes it interesting if they clash with each other. And so that is a good setup. But when it comes to the actual trial in like figuring out what happened, this is just like something that almost feels tacked on so that it wouldn't be Byakuya. But anyway,
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Dear Lord, I would love it if that was the case.
Then, the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it! The adorable glasses man was behind it all! Oh, I'm on fire!
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Day fucking one.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange. You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
absorbing bullets. And hold down point. I think they use this less and less as time goes on.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
you absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So of course I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions. What's so strange about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird... how?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out...
That's a natural...
The victim was Chihiro, who was a...
No, that's wrong! I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak.
Huh?
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
I mean, that's pretty... or damn near airtight, so... What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like... he doesn't even care. I've got him cornered, but he acts like it has nothing to do with it.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
Around here, the lights are kind of getting...
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously, somebody else must have had it hidden away somewhere.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, and I use those same But Chihiro, it was some kind of...
That's right! Then there must be some...
Hey, Byakuya,
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, that's wrong! Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What? An extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you? And the same extension cord that was in the library all this time went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
That's kind of adding more than... We know that he used it, but... again, it's kind of irrelevant.
Then Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think? Then your conclusion is something like this? I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
He's doing it again because he's a fuckhead. He's totally calm, totally unconcerned. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
For real, after this chapter, everybody's kind of in the same mindset towards Byakuya.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
Motherfucker, you're not even in this conversation.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What about all that bothers you?
The fact that you're still alive and talking. Wait, what was that just now? Something's not right. Byakuya's remarks just now, there's something in there that concerns me.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown.
But props to the VA. They, I need to look up who voiced who. But yeah, the dub work in the series is actually pretty good most of the time.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was awfully specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey Byakuya, did I just take you off guard? Again, what is his endgame here? I know that the entire thing behind all of this is that Byakuya knows everything about what actually happened, but why is he... I don't understand why he's fucking around so much when the possibility is if everybody fucks up, he will die. I know he thinks that he's untouchable and shit like... I mean, he's just a entitled self-centered fuckhead. But for as much as this game tries to want to convince us that he's actually smart and knows more than most of everybody else, he has some incredibly dumbass logic and motivation behind everything that he does. But anyway, when the story suddenly moves to the crime scene, Byakuya, who's been so confident until now, maybe Byakuya never even realized it was actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey! Don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
This is extremely flimsy. This is not even what I would go with to prove this point, because that is, the posters didn't have to necessarily be in each one, although this would, they're kind of going in the wrong direction. The more specific evidence that would actually probably implicate that is going by what Sakura said about the stain on the carpet. That is more solidifying evidence than the posters being switched.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
This is textbook definition of speculative evidence. I mean, a lot of this is a lot of what's used in Danganronpa. It could be speculative or circumstantial evidence, not anything conclusive. But this is just like a glaring example of that.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms.
I don't know why they would use the posters to lead to this.
You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think?
What?
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning, but why would the culprit bother doing that?
Huh?
Why would they go to all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device. But Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
We can probably skip this part, but let's see what Hero's dumbass has to say.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I've got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook! she was the ultimate programmer after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
That is logically sound. That is logically sound, but it's
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker rooms?
She must have hacked. She was the ultimate. I'm sure that would have been.
No, I don't. She used the thing.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course. If she had that, she could get into the boys' locker room no problem.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really?
She must have hacked. She was the ultimate. I'm sure that would have.
No, I don't. She used the thing.
Huh?
I'm talking about Leon's hand.
No, that's wrong. No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
again logically sound, just incorrect.
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
That's a blessing, Sakura.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup. Hit the nail square on the noggin.
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
Psst! You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? No, of course not, Makoto. Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room, and Byakuya is the one who did it? Really? In a perfect world... Okay, that's gonna sound bad. In a perfect world, Chihiro would not be dead. And the events of this game would not be happening. But in a more idealized world than the one that we're going to get, yes. But that is also not the case. But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So...
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
I'm surprised that Monokuma is actually okay with this, but we have not gotten to the point where the mastermind is going to deliberately subvert the rules to further their own plans, so...
Wait! Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
See, this is what I was talking about, where they could have easily had something like this be placed in similarly to the Phoenix Wright games, but they only do stuff like this maybe like once or twice throughout the entire series.
Huh? For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
That girl is on it, and I love it. So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. we headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was back to this lovely scene.
The girls' locker room?
We've already searched this place top to bottom! What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You said thoroughly, Makoto. You didn't do it thoroughly. Want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
Who's gonna die next time? I told you this was not very
No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything, it's just based on religious grounds, you know?
If you just told the truth, I would have respected you more.
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
God, this game loves
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her.
I really don't know what to make out of all of this particular dialogue.
So just leave this to me.
Sakura. What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
Okay, here I go. I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This is... What is this...
Yeah, this probably could have been handled more delicately, but Danganronpa, y'all.
What is it?
Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl is
what?
Is a boy!
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
I don't like that he's fetishizing this shit. I really don't.
What?
But again, voice acting work, top-notch, very, very good.
You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
Your big brother, why wouldn't you?
Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh no, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
It's really weird how, for some people, some of the characters just miss an examination. And with others, it feels like desecration. But that is the Mastermind's MO.
Ahem. I do apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
And I don't think that any sort of trans ideology or understanding of trans issues was a factor in making this. So I'm not really going to have that discussion here. I've kind of been using he and she interchangeably. I'll probably roll with he from now on since we're past this part. But this is not me. God, I feel weird having to put this way. This is not me denying preferred gender. This is not me making a statement on trans people. Again, because I don't think the game really has put a lot of thought in regards to that. So I stuck with she for as long as possible because the game referred to Chihiro as she. But now that we're here, if and when Chihiro comes up again, I will be referring to him as he. Again, this is just because that's what the game is doing. The thought had never even crossed my mind.
And because the victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
Yes, that is what that entirely. That is the entirety of what that very uncomfortable recess is meant to convey to you.
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
Eat all of the dicks, Byakuya.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected. All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
He's off in his own little world.
Maybe he'll have a brain hemorrhage and die, but he won't because I know all this.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
And as I said before, what's his end game with all of this?
The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it.
This is them shilling Byakuya as a character. Again, I can't say this for certain, but it's that whole concept of you can tell how a writer feels about a character that they're writing or a story that they're writing based around the emphasis they put on certain things. That whole feeling the love or hate comes jumping off the page. They really like Byakuya. I don't know why they like Byakuya, because he is a complete fucking douchebag. But it's clear that they like the character that they've created of Byakuya. And that's why they make him seem like he's this above it all, ahead of everyone type of character, they pretty much treat him very similar to how they ultimately treat Kyoko, but it's undeserved for Byakuya because he's a fucking idiot at the end of the day. Like there is little to nothing redeeming about him, but they're gonna keep pushing this angle. What are you gonna do about it?
And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy, if you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
I mean, maybe.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
So happy. I cannot wait to get to chapter 4.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say?
Like, for real, I would not be comfortable. I was gonna say, I would feel less comfortable being around Byakuya than I would Nagito from Danganronpa 2, but that would be a little bit of an overstatement. Byakuya, while he is motivated by something, does not care about anybody else. He does not actually facilitate any of the murder. He is similarly an instigator, but not as dangerous an instigator as Nagito.
Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
We're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
Again, motherfucker, you had one good point, and now you're out of this conversation.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer.
I got it!
Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. We have to find some more clues. There is some good mystery solving in this, but not a lot.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who saw the victim? The killer! And only the killer! And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man! Game over!
Yeah! No! Not game over!
Hero genuinely feels like that one extra in that extra in where they're there to just save shit in order to save shit. But it has nothing to do with
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, did nobody get... I'm sure if someone saw the...
Perhaps someone saw the victim.
Yeah.
It's over. You want to know who saw...
The killer! And only the killer! And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man! Game over!
Yeah! No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single clue?
Well, did nobody get... I'm sure if someone saw the...
Perhaps someone saw the victim.
Yeah.
It's over. You want to know who saw...
The killer!
No, that's wrong. I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
I even have to compliment this voice acting performance because it's definitely an acting that she's trying to put on, but she's so bad at it that it sounds unnatural when she talks. Which is, you know, good direction.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd. Chihiro told me he was in a hurry. But why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous friendship!
This is probably why people don't like her. Because if it's not anything further to the cases, not, again, it does make sense, but this is basically the only other side to her, aside from her obsession with Miyako.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously?
Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say. But fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
This is going to seem like Yoko's omniscient or psychic or something. Because this is going to be a slip of the tongue.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. 'Cause exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Again, how would you know he was going to do that?
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise.
So next week, why did he choose?
What do you mean,
I got it! It matched the one.
So,
The killer was wearing the same blue
No, that's wrong.
Again, how did you know he was...
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said,
I saw him stuffing a Trex jacket into a duffel bag. And then
she never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
I love how the entire trial hinges on this. It is so dumb.
What are you? You just...
Hey, Celeste, what color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I just...
I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
It's weird that they're leaving this section out. We don't have to talk about any of this because they're just taking it for granted that this evidence was destroyed.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility!
I mean, it's different when... I'm not saying that her fetishizing Chihiro isn't creepy, but at least we know she's a psychopath.
Cherry? Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony, when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
This is speculative.
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it?
That is still extremely specific. That was the one thing that he knew that would get him to open up. There's being intuitive and there's being able to read minds.
Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why? What made you so suspicious?
That's a good question. There was a certain turning point that tipped me off.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be more like...
Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
This is another thing I may have to go back. I did forget about this to an extent. I kind of forgot about this, but I need to find out when exactly Mondo refers to Chihiro as dude. But still doesn't really change the fact that this entire revelation is based on something that is so minuscule and absurd.
I didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah! He would never do something like that! This is a false accusation!
It's true. My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
Thank God somebody...
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come. That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Why does nobody have any reverence for their lives being on the line?
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then... Here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up. Shoot!
Oh.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere?
I am much happier to be in the trial than in the investigation. But yeah, I'm almost tapped out for today. I'm so happy we're getting close to the end of this.
How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
I got it! You already told us before that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then
we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, 'cause I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh?
Wait a second, what? Then this cannot be the handbook that Hifumi picked up could not be Chihiro. This game just fucking lies to you. It can't be Chihiro. Because if it can't turn on, unless, I don't know. Maybe I'm forgetting something. I don't think I am, though. I think the game just, like, straight up lies to you.
It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Wow, interesting. I learned one new fact today.
Your mind is not going to last
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
Oh, okay. Alright, this does make sense.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why.
Again, this is more the game jumping to conclusions based off of basically nothing.
And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Whoa, seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Yeah, I'm sorry, Taka.
Here's my answer! Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Taka, you knew it was coming.
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on! You've got it all wrong! He would never kill! I don't accept this! Show me the proof! The actual solid proof!
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine!
No, that's wrong! Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's. Which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
Another long road to a short point, but I'm at least happy that they're able to acknowledge what the short point is.
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Borrowing. God damn it. Remember shit, people.
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student.
I don't know why they went with this particular logic and didn't go with one, the thing that they established earlier, and two, loaning requires an act of consent, and if you don't consent, it's not actually loaning.
It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting.
This is them just wanting to be weird. They're sacrificing logic for being quirky. Danganronpa.
As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch!
What's wrong, bro? Come on! Tell him he's wrong! You are wrong! You have to be wrong! Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Yeah, like these could very easily be. God, look at this fucking asshole. This fucking douchebag. Why are they bringing back the crystal ball? Like, that's not even necessary. Did not deserve to go. One of these most likely.
Here's exactly what happened. First, let's take a look back to before the incident. Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room?
See, like, this is very inconsequential.
The killer is You! With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there, and the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him.
See, like, either of these could work.
Here's exactly what happened. And attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem. And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch.
I still feel it's very, very stupid that the poster themselves had to be a crucial piece of evidence considering that if he was able to just get rid of the duffel bag and the directions, which seems to be would be harder, why not just get rid of the poster? There's nobody who even paid any attention to the poster themselves.
That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. The killer is you! And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Owada?
Shit gets real when Makoto's last name in
Wait! No! This can't be right! Where's your evidence? Yeah! Where's your evidence? You need evidence! You need proof! Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him!
I did not expect this to be almost 4 hours. I thought it would be a lot shorter. I know me talking does not necessarily help with that, but I don't even feel like I've been talking all that much. Maybe. I that is a very biased statement. And I'm not helping myself by talking now.
Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen! I refute you! False! Show me some evidence! I won't listen! I refuse to vote! Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen! I refute you! False! Show me some evidence! I won't listen! You're corrupt! I refuse to vote! I refute you! False! You're corrupt! Show me some evidence! Show me some evidence!
This should prove it! If my thinking so far is right, Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now.
And I was giving this game credit, and I totally forgot that we had to do that before we can actually get to this conclusive.
Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
One of the more dignified admissions of guilt, which I appreciate. Hooray.
Bro! What are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just... give up. Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that!
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting! No holding on! Time for the moment we've all been waiting for! Grab your lever and give it a yank! Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Sorry, Mondo. Consider this karma for nobody calling you out.
What?
Knocking Makoto flat on his ass at the beginning of the game. And also for murdering an innocent kid.
Uh-oh, this time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada!
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotako chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
What? I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Why did you do it?
Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men.
Ha!
Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really hear it, you can hit the B button to fast forward the text.
Jesus.
Anyway, there was once a young boy. I'm going to have to talk like him for a little bit. And his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He'd heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl.
Gender roles, everybody.
He had chosen that as his way out. Now nobody will be able to say anything about even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger.
Weak. Weak.
This poor kid.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive.
That's not what survival of the fittest is, but we're not getting into that.
And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge.
Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack and the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
But I also don't want to leave things the way they are, so maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong, then I can tell everyone.
Kid definitely has some cojones.
Annoyingly, he used the thread of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me.
It sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret.
This is like a good. This is compelling. It's just sad that you had to go through a whole bunch of bullshit to get to it.
Uh-huh.
Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. So we went.
Oh. They mislabeled this. This should be Monokuma.
So we went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro.
Huh? He did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room to the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. She really... You really don't know what to expect from her, but damn, she really does believe in the goodness of people, even if they've done wrong. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he made to Chihiro.
But how does removing the body keep a secret?
Because
Because if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity. So, he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trust each other, right? So why? Why did you... Because no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something you didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Oh, God damn it. I was so happy not to be reminded that you exist. And with that fucking... To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret you didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother! Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join a gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, it had grown to the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the elder brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul.
The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this game with his bare hands. Mom's just along for the ride. Can someone like that really be our leader?
All that do would make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang, which is why
I
gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top.
And on the night of his amazing mother retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid's brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly...
My boy was isekai into another universe.
Laying in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words.
My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry.
Of course he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened.
Kid, the rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's the team you and me put together. It's promise between men.
He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that had caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
Strong.
Yeah.
Strong, 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 strong. And yet, as soon as our killing game began, he realized no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant.
I really... Again, there's a lot of compelling themes that's going on right now, and this is, again, a very good setup for a murder, since this all ties into what happened. This feels... It's one of the few times that feels significantly less like Monokuma actually pulling the strings of everything, and that this had a good chance of happening with or without the motive coming up. Just from what you know between Mondo and Chihiro. But even still, fuck this bear. Fuck everything about this goddamn bear.
And then the lovely, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother.
No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it all would have been for nothing. So that's why. Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before.
I didn't
know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. See, this is not... This feels like it would have likely happened with or without Monokuma's influence. That's what makes this setup so, like, all the things behind this particular chapter and trial, it feels... It does not feel... It feels like there is something actually there. This is the one of the few times where the writing in the game actually, it's just like, oh, okay, they came up with something really, really good. This is the good shit right here. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you.
But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
Because, I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But
You're right, but...
I want to change.
The cojones on this kid. I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my God, this is good. This is actually genuinely good. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong, it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying
What?
if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I've never had. So I was jealous of it. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are
What?
you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo.
I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What did he want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya! I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey!
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness like that lived in a heart like his, and it turned him cold-blooded. God damn it.
Look at him, you see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. He killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Cause I sure don't. You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again! I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but unfortunately, I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now, well now, well now, well now.
The blackness that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Awada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I said wait!
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Damn. Again. I almost feel like with how haphazard and just like nonsensical a lot of the other motivations behind each chapter was, that this had to have been written by, I almost want to say a consultant, because a lot of shit going on here that really. But anyway, see ya, Mondo. And in 3, 2, 1. That's another one down. Laugh at death and your soul will forever be at peace. Can't be. My brother. Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. Yep. And we're seeing the last functional moments of Taka going away. As Taka said, screams invaded our skulls. We were each forced to realize once again. But he, of course he had to. What a disappointment. This is the end of the game. Byakuya.
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey,
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response except that
however,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
And if you do not hate him after, like, hate him entirely after this, just... Really? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless,
like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So, you ignored the nighttime rule. I don't recall it being, but...
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue. The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon it. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the police.
What?
You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen it.
Well,
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? Going back through this is just making me hate him so much more than I did it. I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up. You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create the fake murder scene?
But
But damn, man, if we hadn't figured out who really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before you separated. Which, again, another example of how this game and the creators shelled the Byakuya. Why would anybody think that he's trustworthy? Like, if Makoto hadn't actually pointed out the glaring instances where Byakuya was shaken up by certain revelations in the trial, like, why would anybody have any reason to believe anything that came out of his mouth when damn near all the evidence that was introduced up to that point led to him being the culprit? I mean, sure, Kyoko could have said something, but a lot of the shit is inferred. Any reasonable person would definitely believe that Byakuya was the culprit. So why would anybody take anything that he was saying as anything other than as him trying to save his own ass? Like, fuck Byakuya. Nobody, well, except one point later in the game, calls him out on what an asshole he actually is, and they should be taking preemptive measures to make sure that he cannot do any of this type of shit, but they don't do it. But fine, just give me the fuck out of here. Of course. Byakuya turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me. Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to form an interesting experience.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become Byakuya, I now know who I'll have to watch out.
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on.
Hey.
There's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next?
You.
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why? Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Huh?
Me?
What the heck?
Me. God damn it, just point.
Damn it!
Good grief! I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stay alone as the victim. Then everything will be revealed.
Ooh, how exciting!
The noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the I'm going to fight you and kill you, understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Tagami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up!
Oh, you're so cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash talk for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
Conversation between these two is probably the worst thing in the game to me right now. Monica was after Khalil across the boardroom in the curtain in the case of Chihiro. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. Ugh. Not all my empathy is gone for your situation, Makoto, but goddamn, just talk like a person. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring?
Again, this is why you have people going over your drafts. Because I know what they're referencing is that Sayaka was motivated to kill somebody, but or if this is intentional, I don't know.
Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part. You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay?
This makes no sense either, because they're referencing that there's a mole. But if the mole was to make the first move, and by first move I'm assuming that it's to kill somebody, then that is the extent of your mole's participation, because if they are caught, you execute them. Or if they aren't caught, everyone else dies, the game's over. What's the fucking point? Like, this does not require me, as much as I've been exposed to this game and I've kind of gone through it multiple times, this is not something that requires a whole lot of thought to be able to make sense of. The plan makes no sense. Clear as day. A lot of shit in this, as time goes on and will be revealed, makes no actual sense. But whatever.
After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Who is it? The 16th high school.
Ooh-hoo. My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied, because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
This also invalidates a lot holy shit, it is done. Chapter 2. Best motive in the game. Chihiro and Mondo are now gone. Jesus. And we cannot get we can't get too far into here, so I know I usually head back to the title screen, but I'm gonna go ahead and end it here because it's going to lead into the beginning of chapter 3. Chapter 2 definitely has the best setup and the best character motivations for what instigates everything, and I do appreciate this game for having that. Because we're about to go into chapter 3, and chapter 3 fucking sucks for multiple reasons. It's going to get better when we get to chapter 4. Chapter 5 sucks, but there's a reason why it sucks, and then we'll get to chapter 6. So, but yeah, chapter 3 is going to be a slog for many, many reasons. Like most of what is wrong with Danganronpa as a franchise, or at the very least, what's wrong with this particular game, is going to be very present in chapter 3. So yeah, I mean, we at least got through this. For anybody who stopped by or will be watching this in the future, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I probably should have said this at the beginning of the video. Blue Sky, it is linked in the description. I have a lot of stuff that I like talking about, and Blue Sky seems to be shaping up to be a very non-shitty version of Twitter. So I've been a lot more active on that. It is no longer just a repository for Phantasy Star screenshots. So if you can, go ahead and follow me there. I'll go ahead and announce the next stream within the week. I'm liking Saturday a little bit more than Friday or Sunday. I'm actually surprised I was able to get everything going, and it's going pretty. Get everything set up for right now, and I dig it. I do like this time slot. I may not necessarily be at the noon. The next stream may not be at noon, but again, I'll once I have everything finalized, I'll announce that. But again, thank you for watching and dropping by. We'll be continuing this train wreck through the next chapter next stream. Until then, get some rest because it's going to be a long one. And take care.